YouTube. All right, we should be live on YouTube now. Let me rehash what my... Oh, I didn't actually post my today command yet. Oh, well, that's not the right today command. Hold on. Gotta copy and paste it. Okay. So, for the YouTube, our plan is, I think we can push up what we have so far with the notifications being attached to lenses. Pretty sure. Whatever. We'll knock it out. There are a bunch of easy bugs we should knock out that I really need to do. Some of the bugs are related to like stale page state when switching teams. We have a bunch of logs that are probably slower than they should be or could be. And I think we have some actual errors in the DB too. So we should double check that. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing today. We're going to push up what we got. At some point, I do think, yeah, some end-to-end tests would be a good idea, or maybe integration tests. I think I'd prefer to set up the integration tests. Right? And because we're eventually going to want to do a public API, we're going to need to do that part too. We do generate the OpenAPI spec already, which is good, because that's how we're generating our client. So the spec exists, which means that would be easy-ish, or easier. But then what about the difference between like public and private endpoints? Probably don't need to have the public OpenAPI spec have all of our admin BS in it. So yeah, that's going to be something to think about. Not necessarily our biggest priority, but I just want to keep it like in the background. So let's switch to the right scene here.
Is medieval time!
And yeah, we were able to get these events. Wait. We're not quite done yet. Wherever we are constructing notification owner, that yep, yeah, we need to make sure that the label is accurate for lenses. And that is happening inside the Oban stuff. All right, so we've got lens. We should have keyword in here, right? Hmm. All right, so then this would be keyword dot or value. Now that's going to need to change eventually. What's up, Sussy? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, thanks for chilling. Hmm. All right, so allow notifications to be attached to lenses. That's right. Just wondering why that wasn't working. And thanks for the watch streak there, DevLab. Okay. So API is up. That's going to fail. Let's try that again. And I think this time it should be better, but we could have a linter issue. Looks like we do still have a linter issue. Yeah, unused stuff. All right, so keywords, notifications, and events. Yeah, it's just unused imports. What were they complaining about on notifications? Oh. So yeah, it is just notification name. All right. Yes, then we add key, but we're not doing that in a loop, so we don't need that there. Keywords, events, notifications, and yeah, should be good there. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? Let me pour some water real quick. Yeah, I know. Water? Like from the toilet? All right, so yeah, we're back on main. So we can go pnpm dev again. We'll switch to staging here. I think we probably don't need to do a branch for some of the smaller fixes. So let's just get at it. All right, so that one we'll say done, but there's probably bugs. This one right here, ignored users not being ignored. That one's the most important to me so far. So it's going to be in the matcher. All right, so we do have the ignored users in here, but we're checking the ignored user. We're making sure that this find is null. That's the current project. So this fires for every message. And yeah, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? So platform is blue sky and we'll just do that for now. And I want to see what we get there. I'm doing well. Yeah, we're just chilling. The hot pot was delicious yesterday. I did burn my mouth a bit though. Like I had gotten through the entire meal without burning my mouth, and then I wanted to like sip on the broth a little more. And I thought I like let it cool off. I didn't. I even turned the burner off and everything. But yeah, whatever. Okay, so you learned something the hard way. A coworker was like, I see 500 errors on your app because unless is discouraged. You changed line from unless to if not. But if the value is a binary, that blows up big time. And when we say binary, we mean like string, right? Yeah. Interesting. Yes, they don't do any coercion of string values. So then you need to change every unless to do like the raw string like empty check as well. Would it not be better to just do like a direct comparison to nil? Or technically like using is nil? When not is nil? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Because you still probably want to allow empty string, right? Like empty string would be a totally separate check. Yeah, almost all the things I've seen recommend is nil for those kind of checks anyway. But yeah, like in JavaScript, TypeScript, yeah, I totally do like just falsy, right? Because I understand and know how like the values coalesce. But I could see how that would be discouraged because it's different from language to language. All right, so that's the thing. We should be ditching the at symbol when we're doing this check, right? That's why none of this is matching, right? Hmm. Yep, so that's our fix. Oh. Yeah, because ignored users, that has a platform. So yeah, that'll never be equal. What do we call it on the ignored user? Yeah, so it would be name. Cool. As long as that doesn't kill the server, I'm ready to just yellow that one up. It's a little gross, but whatever. Yeah. Ah. At least for now, I'm going to call that good. Make sure ignored users account for of a leading at symbol for Blue Sky. And then for other platforms, we should probably do the same, but I feel like Blue Sky is the only one where, well, until we get something like Twitter or other stuff where like tagging is more useful, I'd say Blue Sky is fine for now. But yeah, what's everyone up to today? How y'all doing? All right. So I'm going to say at least that version of that bug is done. We may end up getting a regression at some point, and that's not the end of the world. Yes, all that stays in progress. What's the next bit we want to do? You're trying to wrap a code change to switch to the gaming laptop and do some Timberborn. Sounds good. God, we got so much to do. One second. So hold on. Y'all know that meme of John Hamm? And he's like in the nightclub and he's like doing that, like just dancing to whatever song's playing or whatever. I guess it's from some show where he becomes like a cat burglar or something, trying to like maintain his lifestyle after he gets laid off or something. I don't remember the name of the show, but you guys know the meme, right? Where it's like in on his face and it's zooming out and he's just sitting there like eyes closed, like dancing or whatever. We're gonna do like a TikTok post for that. The general idea is that feeling when you have 4 hours of uninterrupted coding between meetings. Something like that. Like, is there like a better like phrasing we could do for it? Right? Like, I don't know. You guys know the meme. Yeah? God, they won't play it. Right? You know the meme at least, right? Uh, oh, God. Short videos. Here we go. Too much JPEG. What the fuck? That's so much goddamn JPEG. What? I know, dude. That was the most compression I've ever seen. Damn, are we back in like that's worse than my sponsor me video from 2006. Let's see if this one's any better. Yeah, this one. So yeah, basically this meme and then with the text over it, right? Very simple TikTok, right? That feeling when you have 4 hours without any meetings, so you can finally get into a flow state. Do we feel like that's a solid meme? I feel like that's a solid meme. But if you have any other ideas about how we could rephrase it, I'm all ears. Okay. Which task did we... Let's just go through it. So when switching teams, we should navigate to the root page. I think there was another one. Changing teams can leave user in a stale state. Hey, what's up, supporter? How you doing over on YouTube? So yeah, that's... It's almost like we only want to do it on a certain bit of the pages. No, I'm using a Kanban app to build my other app. All right, so this switch team logic. On click, we set selected org, and we want to navigate. All right, so we're going to create an issue for it. All right, so then this changes from that to improvement instead of bug. Create more robust switch teams navigation logic. When we navigate, or when we switch teams, all right, when we switch teams, several pages would update as expected, so we can leave the user there. Other pages would end up in a stale state because the user may no longer have access to that resource. Example, edit keyword page. So then this is dev 199. So in general, I think I want to start doing that, where as we start creating these to-dos, a to-do without a valid ticket needs to be resolved or a ticket needs to be created. So now that we have this ticket, we can call that good. And I can say, really, we're going to move that back because it's no longer that important, right? But now that we have that state, we can call that good. But supporter, if you're still out there, the app that we're building is a social media tracking app. Like we're tracking keywords and mentions and things that brands can respond to things or whatever and filter social media in an easier way. That's the basic gist of it. All right, so fix navigate to root when switching teams is temporary. Because I think, yeah, that function to like really look at which pages, that's going to be like a utility function that we need to set up somewhere. That's going to be very specific. God, we got so much stuff to do. All right, so after finishing a manual lens run, the status numbers are not accurate. Actually, let's knock out some of these ones that are technically like in progress. So the pricing page and team settings billing cards, let's go do those. Right, so this is the pricing page. And this is the team settings page. So we need to update both of these. And I think we allow webhooks for notifications. Like really like the big stuff that differentiates the billing tiers is just the amount of stuff you can do. So this is 3K, this is 50K, 3K, 50K, 500K. Yes, I'm using Stripe. All right, so then lens results we can use to show that. I guess GJ, but how? Right? Like that's pretty vague. Like you've always had to do a webhook. You've always had to do the complicated stuff. So I'm curious what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Let me get more music going. Okay. So yeah, we set this up, we add that. We're going to have to then rebuild the SDK. Yeah, we've got a lot of like unused stuff. That's fine. We'll clean that up, sure, but that's just a nice to have. All right, so now that we know these are going to be coming into the front end, let's close all of these, and then, yeah, let's get to the team settings page. Gotta keep my posture. Keep messing it up. So then, yeah, org settings. This one's one of the easier places. We've got dialogues, org user form, org user item. Oh, did we not create a billing tier card? Shit. That's annoying. Oh, interesting. Okay, so hold on. Maybe that's part of the issue. Yeah, we needed billing tier. All right, so it seems like that did not update. Payment method being empty, yeah, that's fine. I think it's maybe just like the point at which we fetched this, it wasn't there. Yep, and then this is where we need to do the Boolean. And technically, the greater than 0 doesn't matter because that gets coalesced anyway. All right, so we've got it there. The next step is we want to improve it for the pricing page. We're going to want to have like lenses with a check, and then underneath it we'll show the thing, but then next to lenses we'll want to have like an info bubble. The info bubble will be hidden until we have the help page for it. But yeah, we need to do a whole bunch of that kind of like marketing site BS. But give me a second. I do need to restart the dryer. No one likes a musty smelling towel, right? Yeah. So yeah, can't let those sit damp too long. Let's keep going here. And yeah, how's everyone's week going? Hopefully good. Man, this thing's staring me down. This whistle pig boss hog. Like, I need to actually make sure I send a thank you for it. But I'd rather send the thank you with like a photo of me and Bedtime Bear doing the taste test. That'd be way cooler. And man, if only I had 40 mil, I'd totally buy the Four Roses factory. I don't know if Four Roses is worth 40 mil. Even if we talked them down to 20. Like, I don't know. I'd need to see some numbers, like sales and stuff like that. But it's not a problem I'll have for a long time. So yeah, back to this. Yeah, we can go to the marketing site now. Oh, and wait a minute. Oh, interesting. So hold on. We don't actually have the toggle ability of those cards proper. So we're going to mix a little bit of some other stuff into here. We can make that optional. That way we don't break other things. Yeah, so part of the problem is that we're doing this yearly toggle as like a client load thing. Now I remember why. So yeah, never mind. We're not gonna solve that right now. Yeah, the way we want to do this then, yearly toggle is going to be a checkbox. And because of like how we are like siblings here or adjacent, we're just going to have a block, right? So there will be a block for the yearly and a block for the monthly. But you know what? Yeah, that's not our problem to solve for right now. So let's go back. Let's bring it back, right? The is yearly thing, nope. Right, and then instead, yeah, tier most popular. We'd probably just pass in like a price label. I mean, honestly, it could still be is yearly. That part doesn't matter. Yeah, that part's fine. But that's not the problem we need to solve right now. So then this is going to be a separate thing where we do span because I like working this way. Whoa, interesting. I've never seen it try and autocomplete tooltips from somewhere else like that. That is interesting. All right, so we do need to do one thing. For the front end, like, don't get me wrong, Kiro, I don't mind AI in some cases. I just don't care about it for this case. Like, for this application I'm building, I need to understand and know where all this stuff is. For small programs, things that just do something one off, yeah, I'll vibe code the shit out of it. But I've been a team lead before. You know, I've been the lead dev on a team of 3 or 4 people. Why would I want to do that in my own time? Yeah. But I need to understand the code base. I understand the code base in a way Claude never will. And that's fine. Yeah, we're definitely doing that. All right, so yeah, Neo-Brutalism, we need to install tooltip. What up, CastDev? Like, a better way of phrasing that is the code isn't the time-consuming part. Figuring out what I want to do is the time-consuming part. And it kind of always has been. Which is why these, like, vibe coders kind of make me laugh a bit. Like, code itself was rarely ever the bottleneck. We'll do a question mark there for now. Leave the hard part and time-consuming part for AI? I just simply disagree that the hard and time-consuming part is code, though. Right? I disagree on that part. I know, I understand the for you. I mean, if you look at it that way, it'll always be the hard part then. Very quickly, the hard part becomes being what you want to do, not the code you need to do it. But you'll never get to that point unless you practice the hard part. right? Practice the part that's hard for you. Which is the art part of coding? I don't know. It's the act of creation. That's the art. And the act of creation is all of it. So you're still an artist. Like, that's that's the wrong way to phrase that, right? But it is still art to vibe code an application. It's like tracing, but it's still art. It's like filling in Mad Libs versus writing prose yourself. But there's still an art to it. Like there's art in everything. Let me put it that way. I consider it artistic the way people in marketing can talk for an hour and a half without saying that much. That's that's poetry. Might not be good poetry, but it's poetry. You know? Like I sit in regularly on marketing meetings. And it blows my mind how hard it is to get a word in edgewise because other people are so good at talking. Like it's crazy. Yeah, you mean like Perl Paint program? 93. Yeah, this one. Yeah. I think you're referencing this, right? Yeah, it's genius. Yeah, it's pretty damn funny. Oh wait, what's this about? Anything important? I got an achievement. Fucking achievement's that. Okay, that's a funny achievement. That's a good one. I've scrolled 500,000 banana lengths on Reddit. That's actually really good. All right. Whoever comes up with some of these achievements is a genius. Oh, that's funny to me. Oh, that is funny. Ooh, do I have to do the provider here at this level? That would be interesting. Let's double check that. Like, did it make it to the page? Yep, has to be within a provider. Which now makes me think we can't use this. Did I turn off JavaScript or something? No. So it's just broken. It's called neo-brutalism. This specific library is actually dead. There's another one called Retro UI, if you want to use it in React. Yeah, shit. So the tooltip provider just doesn't work because Astro hates providers as far as like React stuff goes. That is kind of the most annoying part of using Astro with other frameworks. Just the interoperability issues of trying to use the same framework for everything. I feel like there's some of the tooltip libraries, like Sonner or Popper, maybe. I feel like I'm pretty sure this is a wrapper around Popper. Radix UI. Yeah, React Popper. Why the fuck does it need a provider? Hmm. All right, well, let's go back and just delete tooltip. Who's to say what a provider is if it does what a provider does? Uh, Astro is, because to do what a provider does, you have to use context. Like, that's the whole point of the provider. These things then consume that context. Yeah, exactly. Context is specifically the issue. I should have said that from the beginning. All right, so then we can just link to it. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, that's the way we'll do it for now. So then the next bit, this should actually be a div. Sorry for the burp. It's like PL6. Just crunch it up a little. Yeah, I like that. I feel like that works, you know? Could be better. But hold up. We go back to here. Just want to make sure that. Nope, looks good. What did we modify in here? Radix tooltip. Nope. All right. Fix add lens is and lens results to billing cards. Don't want to push that yet because there's a backend fix to make. Yeah, we're yellowing some of this stuff up. We should be verifying more in staging. We're kind of like moving fast and loose. We don't have any paying customers yet. But let me get another album going. Your code on the other monitor is a festival of red. That's a good way of describing it. I like festival there. That's good. Maybe another way to describe it would be a massacre. It's a full-on red wedding over there, huh? All right. So yeah, update. Boom, done. Pricing page, details, lists. Yeah, we did enough. Some of these other things are kind of like long running, so we'll leave those. This one's annoying, but we do need to set up click tracking at some point, right? But it's really just it's not that important right now. But hold on. Let's do this. Send grid ignore link from click tracking. All right. And then there was another SendGrid thing. I thought I had the link saved, but I think we closed it. So yeah, let's just get back to it. SendGrid SSL click tracking. So we're at least going to add this context to the issue. And I feel like we did that now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, maybe we just need to verify it. I think we totally did this part. So yeah, I think we didn't mark it as done simply because we wanted to turn the link tracking off anyway for certain links, and we haven't done that part yet. But you know what? This would be an easy one to just knock out, because I'm pretty sure we fixed that. I'm almost positive. So I'm adding all this context that I probably don't need. So yeah, let's fix it, right? Fuck it. So click tracking off. Yeah. All right. So it's just click tracking off. Let's go and edit that in our templates. Yeah, we'll ignore that. So magic link. Yeah, basically just all the auth ones. There you go. Mm-hmm. All right, so that built. Think there's a thing we do on the back end to bring in the templates. I forget what that is, though. That's it. We want to build templates. All right, nothing to commit there, but then this. Yep. All right, we're on the right branch. All right. So I guess here's the big fix. /dev.sh. We get the back end up and running. The front end is still running, and we should be able to test this locally. Are we sending these, actually? We do. All right, cool. Shit. So it's still doing the click tracking. How much does HubSpot cost again? Free for up to 2 users. Increased limits. And it's $9 a seat a month, but that's only if you pay annually. And that's an introductory offer, because then it goes up to 20. So basically, no matter what, this thing's going to cost me like 20 bucks a month. The fuck is a marketing contact? Holy shit. Dude. Holy shit. Interesting. All right, so yeah. I guess the big thing is like, I don't care about the link tracking for transactional emails. I just don't. I feel like eventually I would want to do like the mailing list thing and some of those things, right? I'm not sure I'd want to keep doing that through SendGrid. I'm sure there's some way to like split these out. But I'm currently using SendGrid just for the transactional stuff. Hello? Yeah, so I'm just going to disable the click tracking. Resend is a non-starter for me. Dude, resend's like concurrent, like rate limiting or whatever. Nah. Like, just no. Yeah, we evaluated all of the platforms. SendGrid has the most reasonable rate limiting from any I've seen for the cost. And SendGrid has like really good like reliability and like deliverability. So yeah, no, we evaluated SendGrid and it's the exact thing I wanted for transactional email. Resend, I talked to some of the Resend people. They're cool. They're really nice. But there were a bunch of features that I wish it had that they just didn't have. Like rate limiting. I know you can email them and get it set up. I don't want to do that. Another thing was I wanted to store templates in the cloud instead of having to send the template every time. Now, right now, we're sending the template every time because I think we are using resend locally still, maybe? No, that's not the case. We're definitely using... Nah, we're definitely using SendGrid for dev as well now. Because we wanted that consistent for testing. So yeah, I don't know. There's major reasons. It's just, yeah. Postmark. I can't remember why we didn't consider Postmark. I think it was something about their pricing. I think it was something like that. Yeah. So like jumping up to 50K there versus like SendGrid's pricing. Right? Like we still get 50,000 emails for only $20. So yeah, Postmark blows it on pricing. Right? So at 100K versus, I don't know, only comparable thing is that. Like, dude, 3 times the cost easily for not 3 times the value. I'm not going to have that many users, so it doesn't fucking matter to me. That makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Right? Just split it out. But really, for what I'm doing, like, I don't know. That's just not a lot for $15. For 20, you get 10, like 5 times the amount. Oh, that makes sense. I could see that. Just because that's fucking their like deliverability stats. Like, so I could see why they would incentivize that. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah, let me just go do this. I need to log into SendGrid, and we're just going to turn off click tracking. Oh, Postmark got bought? I never heard about that. I didn't realize Postmark got bought. I thought they were still indie. Yeah, I fucking hate all these companies that just buy up all the other email providers. Twilio's done a good job with SendGrid at least. No. I mean, you're not going to convince me. We already made this decision. Like, we did all the research we needed. I was just trying to recall, like, the reasons. We're using AT Proto for the Blue Sky part, and then we also do stuff for Hacker News and Lobsters. We're going to be adding other platforms at some point. But yeah, we're consuming the Blue Sky fire hose, right, via AT Proto, and it's pretty cool. Is Blue Sky open source? Yes. Is my project open source? No. Blue Sky is the largest open source React Native application in the world. I think that's pretty cool too. Twitter's not open source. No, that's fine. All right, so I'm going to call that task done enough. We're going to say canceled. All right, and then, yeah, the rest of the stuff in progress is separate. So now, what's the next step? I think the Slack connections can become stale thing is going to need some work. I really want to get in there and optimize some of our queries. That actually sounds kind of more fun, doesn't it? But yeah, after finishing a manual lens run, yeah, more 3 rows turned into 5 million. Exactly. Yeah. I like that idea. Eros. Let's fix that at least. Um, I mean, is it whiskey time though? Yeah, let's do that. Let me rinse this out because it's just stale and gross. And we'll make a decision. Do we want to do Sazerac Rye or Westland? Give me a sec. What do we think? The Sazerac is in my flask. The Westland is in here. Is Westland flagship any different from their regular? I think it's the normal one, right? I do wish I had Coca-Cola. let's do the sniff test. It smells sweeter. Let's just do the Westland. Keep what I got in the flask for snowboarding. I like that plan. And yeah, we're not going to be going too deep because, yeah, I got work to do tonight. Both? No, I'm good. We can make our own blend. Ooh, fancy. But yeah, we did a good job pacing ourselves yesterday. I'm proud of that one. Had the one here on stream. I had two while out and about. Then I just came home. I didn't stay out and send it. Nothing. I'm proud of that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I like Westland. I still don't think it's very good. I'm going to guess it's not much of like a corn content. Yeah, it looks to me like it's just a roasted malt. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I know Westland is one of Bedtime Bear's favorites. All right, so yeah, let's fix this one. After finishing a manual lens run, the status numbers are not accurate. Let's go look at that because they should be getting updated. I'm really curious about that part. It's going to be a front end bug. Yeah, that's totally a front end issue. Uh, to make money? Isn't that normally the reason to make a software as a service like this? All right, so it's on the events page. Oh, I totally forgot about logging back in. Let's go to this real quick. A lot of bigger competitors. So that means that it's a successful niche. Nah, we can't open a restaurant. There's too many restaurants in town. Nah, definitely can't open a bar. There's another bar in this town. Cigar and whiskey shop. Well, there you go. Now, I'll let the ad finish. I realize now that we're in an ad, so I'll give it a sec. Are we in an ad? And shit, K Martinez. What did you clip me doing? What did I do? Shit. I haven't been paying attention to clips of this channel for a long time. Yeah, Turbo's the best. I see a couple of these clips. Those are awesome. Sick. Geese don't fuck around. How does Chris know this? Dude, some of these clips are great. Okay, cool. Damn, some of these get some like good views. I mean, not like crazy, like a couple hundred maybe. Okay, so the ad should be done by now. What was I even talking about? Oh, so yeah, back to your point there, Kiro. Yeah, I actually like kind of made a mistake, but also didn't. Startups in general fail, right? So that's one thing to remember. That's why making the reference towards like restaurants was a little tongue in cheek as well, because restaurants fail, like really badly. Like restaurants are one of the most failing businesses, like worse than like tech startups. That's why Kitchen Nightmares was never without a single fucking episode if they wanted one. What's my edge? I can focus on the user experience of it. Like, number one, if you look at mention.com, that shit's $600 a month. No thanks. Restaurants are probably one of the most common businesses started as well. Yeah. I feel like bars can do better because of the markup. But bars are also in for a tough time because like Zoomers don't drink. So, Kiro, I guess I would say, what competitor are you thinking of specifically? Because right now we are a way better price point than something like mention.com. But we don't have nearly as many of like the platforms like Twitter, etc. You're a millennial and you don't drink. Does that technically mean you're a Zoomer? No. Cigar and whiskey place. You'd have to make it some kind of club, maybe. Yeah. Bar Rescue. I don't remember watching that one. Dusty old men to sit and smoke and complain. Yeah, I think you'd be hard pressed to do that here in Seattle. I'm pretty sure there are cigar bars, though. Well, that's fine, Kiro. What I would say is, like, you're assuming that there's a lot of big competitors. Which ones do you know of? And if you don't know of any, are they really that big? I know there are businesses trying to do this. I just think the way I'm doing it has a chance. But we still got to build it and test it and figure it out. Gawkin, you're talking about like the dusty old men sit and smoke and complain? Yep, sounds about right. God, I'm trying to think, like, where have I been? Where there was like a full-on cigar bar. Oh, this was in Boston. Yeah. Like, we tried to go into... Yeah, like me and a couple, like, speakers from SquiggleConf tried to go to this, like, cigar bar, but, like, it just wasn't going to accommodate us much, and the cigar smell was so fucking intense. Like, dude, it was gnarly. So, yeah, never mind. That was in Boston. I thought there was one here in Seattle, but I don't know. I do know there's, like, hookah bars in Seattle. So it's got to be similar. So they got to be able to get away with it somehow. But yeah, like the no indoor smoking thing is... It's like a state law, and I don't know what the edge cases are to get around that. Dude, I'd love just like a place where people could go to smoke some weed. That would be cool. That would be a bar that would nail it. Kenny, and where is here, if you don't mind saying? Oh, Atlanta. I know I've seen people smoking in Magic City before. Right, like the crazy strip club. Um, hmm. I don't remember anyone smoking at any of the other places though. Maybe that's it, Kenny. Like, if your bar is too like intermingled with the restaurant part, does that become the issue? Because, yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone smoking inside a Cheetah Lounge. I've definitely never seen anyone smoking at any of just, like, the hangout bars I went to. But yeah, Kenny, am I doxing myself a bit about, like, where I go to party when I go to Atlanta? I think I'm doxing myself a bit. I just named, like, the three big ones. Magic City, Cheetah Lounge, uh, Claremont Lounge as well. There's one by your house that you can? Okay. Yeah, don't necessarily dox which one that is, but yeah, I just don't remember seeing any smoking in the ones I was in. Hmm. Oh wait, are you saying the bar that you go to? I thought you were talking about the club. Maybe you're just a sweet summer child there, Kenny, and you don't realize the places I was talking about. You don't even know them by name. Man, you're a good egg. I saw CeeLo Green at Cheetah Lounge. Okay, yeah. He's like a regular there. I guess he has his birthday there all the time. He gets this like super far booth over in the corner. Or not the corner, but it's like in the middle, but it's like against the wall. Like way back there. I was thinking about asking him for his damn it, I'm fucking up the joke. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was thinking about asking him for his autograph, but I was worried that it'd be like, fuck fuck you. And boom, nailed it. Hasn't done much lately, has he? Oh, I don't know. I doubt it. Nah, he's one of those dudes that like made a major part of his money in what was it, Mob Deep or whatever, and then on his solo shit, he came out like a bandit. Like, dude never has to work again in his entire life. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know him. Seems cool. You know the funniest thing? I don't know if they were just being nice, but it's also just maybe like a reference to the fact that there's so many actors that go to Atlanta anyway. But in Cheetah Lounge, like one of the employees, not one of the dancers, like one of the bussers or like food server like dudes was like, "Dude, are you an actor?" No, but thank you. Well, shit. I'm sure I blushed. No, it wasn't a bar back. He was like out, like on the other side of the bar. I think he was a busser. But yeah, I don't know if y'all know this. Like, Atlanta is a hotbed for like movie filming. I don't know if it's so much the case now anymore. I think they may have moved to Canada, but for a long time, like a lot of like action films and like Marvel and all that shit was filmed in Atlanta. Um, I know someone who used to live in Atlanta who's talking about, yeah, man, they created this entire like winter scene, and I saw The Rock, and they were filming, and it was just like right outside my apartment on the street. At which point, no, he wasn't seeing a new Marvel film being made. He was seeing that Red One or whatever it was, right? Like The Rock, Chris Evans, J.K. Simmons, like that Santa Claus superhero movie, I guess. I don't know. I never saw it. I assumed it was going to be trash. I could be wrong, but I made a major assumption on that one. Haven't seen it yet. Anyone actually watch it? Better than it had any right to be. I actually like movies like that. There you go, Melzy. I hope Bingo doesn't feel bad about those jokes, if he's even lurking. All right, so there's some place in here, right? Like this is massive, right? Like there's too much shit. Right? Like looking at all these imports, it's definitely that I think you should leave bit of there's too much shit on me. Bingo's one of your favorite chatters. Nice. That's good at least. You messed up on your types? Yeah, that can be an issue. Like, yeah, the fact that we have, like, all of our, like, response types, like, synchronized with how we generate things on the back end, I'm really proud of that. We still want to, like, validate and make sure all these things work the way we say they do. But, yeah, like, yeah, the generating of the OpenAPI spec feels pretty good so far. I like it. You noticed it when you were testing with Postman? Yep, sounds about right. So, oh shit, and I keep forgetting. We need to get this, oh, excuse me. Oh, buddy. Whew, that was a good sneeze. Yeah, let's grab this. Well, no, it's Theo minus the Von, right? So it's more like the idea of if Theo really, really, really wanted to see what people say about him on the internet, which I'm sure he sees enough of it that he doesn't want to see anymore, so it's a bad idea, right? But if someone's mentioning Theo and Anthropic together, right? Like, this is a way that he could at least set up some listens, some alerts, or whatever ahead of time. And then when he releases the video, see what the sentiment really is about it on all of these other platforms. Well, I mean, it's just like he can't possibly reply to everything, right? So it's like they would have to like tag him. And there is no tagging on Hacker News, right? And he doesn't pay attention to Blue Sky that much. He's pretty much only looking at Twitter. So instead, this might be a really like valid product for Theo. It might make sense for him to be a customer if he wanted to set up what people say about him when he's talking about certain things. And it's more like, well, what if it's not just Blue Sky? It's Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters so far. Lobsters is just open source Hacker News. The main thing, and then maybe, hold on. I'm forgetting the name already. Kiro. Kiro was asking, like, what is, like, my differentiator, I guess. I'm niching down into tech, at least to start. So this is mainly for tech companies. That's my main goal. Like, eventually I need to add Twitter. I need to add other platforms. I need to add Reddit. I need to add all sorts of shit. But if I can't prove the idea for the platforms I have, it's not worth the others. Right? There's like a crazy amount of engineering effort to go into Twitter and Reddit. And if I can't deliver value without those, it's not going to have value with them, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm niching down. And that's one of the things you can do in a crowded space, right? You can just niche down. Find a specific category to solve a problem for. And then once you're big enough with that problem, then you increase your vertical. But yeah, Kiro, are you still out there? Did that make sense? Why am I not seeing timestamps? I always have timestamps. All right, Kiro may have taken off, which is fine. It's got to be late over in Egypt. But anyway, I'll have that that answer later at some point if they come back. They didn't even follow. Something I may find useful the other day. Need to find it again. It's just a library of rapid API extensions. And it's what, for like querying Reddit or querying Twitter? That's currently not how this works. Like, there are tools out there that are built upon like the querying thing, so it's like a pull. Whereas instead, I'm relying more on like the platforms to push. And I think that's a better model for what I'm trying to do with this stuff. Like, I don't care about historical results at the moment. I might need to, but it's not a problem I need to solve right now. Like, right now, my main goal is just handling current events, right? If you work for a tech company as a social media manager or someone whose job is to handle the socials, you need to see these messages as soon as possible and respond to them. Historical shit, like research shit, there's other platforms that do that. I'm not trying to solve that problem. I'm trying to solve the responding in a timely manner problem. Right? Respond before the thread is dead. But yeah, I guess we did one for Anthropic. What's like another lens that we think Theo might want to like filter by? Haters. All right, let's try it. Yes, sentiment analysis is absolutely what we want to do. Right now, the problem we're solving is more like the haystack problem. Like right now, we have 8,700 messages. Oh, there you go, Millsy. Touche. Right? We have 8,700 messages over the course of, I don't know, probably like 2 or 3 months. What we would want to do maybe is go and analyze those and run it. Tokenize them into integer sort. Wait, what does that mean? Yeah, see, so a lot of these are just not going to be accurate. And hold on, what's this? Starty Party. Oh, that's a fun name. Right, so we're still going to get false positives. But the goal is we can take 8,700 messages and filter them down into things that are based upon more than just a string match. Right? Numeric embedding of what? Confidence? Yeah, that's like theology. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, Theo is a tough. It's a tough word to match because there's a lot of noise. Yeah, I don't care about tokenizing. I just care about the results. I'm good on that for now. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, so I'm going to stop clicking stuff on stream. At least that didn't go too far too quick. Holy shit. No more clicking random fucking blue sky. No more clicking random blue sky posts. Yikes. Yikes. All right, so hold on. This one actually fits. This one actually fucking fit. All right, there we go. Hold on. Let me double check. Confidence quality scoring? I mean, yeah, we can do confidence quality scoring on, like, we are already measuring a confidence level for these, like, lens results. For sure. We're already doing that part. So yeah, real quick. I haven't seen people discuss in this new age, blah, blah, blah. LLM-driven coding is that maybe it's bad that we cede all programming expertise to 3 or 4 companies. Probably eventually 1 or 2 as LLM joints die or are acquired. Not just in terms of LOL, Claude is down, so I can't work. But if Steve Yegi and Theo's vision of only dumb babies actually use a code editor and read source comes to fruition, and there are only 2 organizations offering dev expertise as a service, your company could just be cut off at the knees by an arbitrary decision. Every few weeks, you see a story like, Google nuked my accounts. I don't know why I have no recourse. Apple cut my stuff out of the App Store. Right? This is a great take. I like that. Yeah. Now, it ignores the fact that you'll always be able to self-host a model of some kind. Will it be as good? No, but there are companies working on this stuff. Is it perfect? No. But yeah, Devstral, right? Mistral is making a fully open coding LLM. And there will be companies that do that. And I just think we're already hitting the plateaus of what LLMs are even capable of. LLMs are not the end goal, right? Best way to learn data structures and algorithms? Hacker Rank or any of those kind of sites. Hold on. I think that was an interesting comment. Without new code, LLMs can't get better anyway. Yeah, right? Because LLMs aren't creating anything novel, right? They're just regurgitating things that have already been done. Like, there's always going to be a space for changing how things are done. But to the counterpoint, most code we all write, it's just glue. We're just gluing together a data source and the user with a fancy interface in between. Like, you know, the majority of software written is not novel. Now, so I disagree on that saying. Like, no, LLMs are really good at doing the boilerplate bullshit. Right? And it turns out that the majority of code written is boilerplate bullshit. So I think there is something to the effect that, yeah, that's a thing. So hold on. That's why they're good at popular languages, but bad at things like game dev. There's not much really good game dev code out there open sourced. Yep, for sure. That's a great point. One framework fixed another framework's problems, and another framework came out that fixed that one's problems, and chain events. To a degree, I don't know if I fully agree with the whole like fixed another's problems. It's more like you need competition to force yourself to do better, right? Like Ember didn't need to improve performance until React came out and ate their lunch, right? Performance wise. You know. So I can understand that part. But it's more about like what are we incentivized to make better? And Ember was fixing the developer experience problem, not the performance problem. And that's still maybe their main focus. Like some of the shit Ember devs can do in a short amount of time because of conventions and other bullshit is pretty mind-blowing. Like I honestly think LLMs would be better at generating Ember code if there was more Ember code out there on GitHub. Because it's so rigidly structured because of the convention over configuration stuff. Whereas React, every React app is a unique snowflake. Now, I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just pointing out that for an LLM, something that follows the same patterns every time is actually like easier to reason about and easier to avoid hallucinations for. So Millsy, that's the thing though, right? LLMs in general are bad at these things, and you have to augment them to actually make them better at anything, right? That's the whole reason why we have to deal with MCP servers and skills and all that bullshit. Yeah, exactly, Millsy. That's what I'm getting at. Like LLMs themselves, they're actually like really naive. Like skills and MCP servers and all these extra things are necessary because you can't just retrain the model. Like fine tuning is incredibly expensive, right? In my opinion, right, we're going to need stuff like the hierarchical language model. not linear. I really don't like the idea of clicking a venture beat thing. But yeah, hierarchical reasoning models. Right? So, honestly, hierarchical reasoning models can do things with only like 1,000 training samples and like be nearly perfect at it with only 27 million parameters, right? Now, the problem is you're not going to see this get pushed because it doesn't use tokens the way these other things do. And at that point, yeah, how do you bill, right? Like, how do you do your billing? These companies are making money hand over foot on the idea of billing for tokens. But if tokens go away, well, then what do you do? Like, so I'm willing to bet the entire reason we're not seeing hierarchical reasoning models at the forefront is because there's less money to be made with them. Right? Like, dude, with 1,000 training samples, near perfect performance on tasks like Sudoku. LLMs can't fucking do Sudoku. Right? LLMs are really fucking bad at Sudoku. Meanwhile, you can have these things that can actually like reason and think. It's possible that the reasoning part of like what we see in major LLMs is doing something like this, but I don't know. It's bad at Wordle as well. Interesting. Meanwhile, I bet you could train up this hierarchical reasoning model on the entire like dictionary and then train it up on a bunch of Wordle puzzles. I bet you could get really good really quick. So yeah, I don't know. The current bubble is going to need to burst because I just don't think this is nearly profitable enough compared to what they're doing now, and they need to recoup all their investment. So I believe we're going to see some stagnation simply because these companies still need to like make money off their current investments. So anything that shakes up the way that they've got their current like billing and purchasing going is maybe not as important to them. I don't know. Something to think about. But real quick, back to this thing. Is this really Theo's vision? I guess I haven't watched Theo's content enough lately. He still uses a code editor. He still reads source code. I'm so curious that this is someone's takeaway. Like, let me put it this way. I don't think I necessarily even trust Theo's engineering chops as much as I trust. And I trust his engineering chops. I don't trust them nearly as much as Mark, his like co-founder. I guarantee Mark is still using an editor. Mark is still editing code by hand sometimes. Often, actually. Right? Like, I'd love to like just shadow Mark for a day and see how he works. Because even Theo will say, yeah, Mark's a better programmer. Mark's a better coder. That's fine. I don't think Theo would ever disagree with me on that statement. An LLM can't be wrong? Hallucinations? Hallucinations are absolutely wrong. I, I mean, those are words. I still don't get what you're trying to say, I guess. An LLM can absolutely be wrong. It's wrong all the fucking time. Hey, Gemini, that function doesn't exist. You're totally right. Like, dude, it's a meme at this point. Like, what do you mean an LLM can't be wrong? Bullshit. Like, you got to really qualify that statement in some way. I think you're getting too technical about it, man. No, that you're talking about implementation details. I don't give a fuck about the implementation details. It is simply a matter of I ask it a question and it does shit that is demonstrably wrong. We're just talking about inputs and outputs and general usage. I don't give a fuck about the internals, dude. I understand you can say that, but that does not matter from a consumer level, dude. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit? The only thing that truly matters is the input and output. Everything else, yeah, because just because you care about it doesn't mean it's cool. Doesn't mean it's actually like the thing that you should be caring about. That's the thing that programmers get caught up on all the fucking time. That's why we need people like product managers and designers and all that shit. Because we get hung up on the details too much. So I'm just going to saying, if you're trying to build a product of any kind, the only thing you should really truly care about is input and output. Right? What that product does. Now, how you do that to deliver a good product, well, yeah, you can care about that. Your users don't give a shit whatsoever. Like fucking zero. And the same thing is for any consumer of an LLM. I don't give a fuck what magic sauce OpenAI is using. I simply want a model where I ask it a question that doesn't make shit up. That is what we all actually want. Until it does that without being wrong, what the fuck are we even talking about? I don't know, saying. And again, I'm not talking about an LLM as the technical construct. I'm talking about an LLM as a product. The way that we actually use them. And it is something an LLM can absolutely do. BK? Who's BK? Burger King? Back? Wait, what? BK equals back. So then who was researching? Are you saying you were researching? Okay. Words are important, man. I'm just going to say. Punctuation's important. Come on, you're a Scottish guy. You should know this. We didn't make up language rules and punctuation for the fun of it. We did so to communicate with each other better. You didn't even do the Oxford comma. How dare you? I'm kidding. I'm just having fun with it. But yeah, I don't know, man. When people eschew common like writing patterns, and this isn't about you anymore specifically. I just mean like Twitter, where people refuse to capitalize things. That is somewhat how you type as well, right? Where people refuse to capitalize or use punctuation. It's just making it harder to communicate. And people wonder why they get misinterpreted all the time. Yeah, exactly. It's early. It's not just words. These words mean something. The punctuation means something. The moment we stop using that, then we get in trouble. No, and it's not about like the grammar police thing. It's about communicating, right? It's about communicating your point, and you can do so better certain ways. Now, some people will come back and say, well, you knew what I meant. No, I literally didn't know what you meant. Like, no, I didn't. That's the problem. I get it. No, it makes sense. And I'm not trying to like lecture. I'm just pointing out that this is a common thing that I just see in general on the internet and social media. It spills over into like blog posts written by Zoomers that don't care about punctuation and capitalization. That shit sucks. Like, I just won't read your blog post, you know? If you don't have any empathy for the reader as an author, I'm not going to read your shit. If you don't care about conveying your message exactly as you intended it, Why would I even care to read it? That's like my take. I'm not saying you to anyone here. I'm saying like the proverbial you, right? The royal you? I don't think that counts either, but yeah. I'm not saying that whatsoever, Millsy, but if you do want to write like a full on proper book, you're going to have to consider the reader more so than you consider yourself as the author. Right? Writing that is truly self indulgent is garbage. So that's the thing, Millsy, right? Like you're dealing with punctuation and using the right keywords and informing the compiler that you want it to do exactly what you intended. Written language is the same thing. There's still room for ambiguity in a way that code doesn't have. But if you're using the right punctuation, there's an established pattern over hundreds of years that you intended something. Which is why I still get hung up on when someone uses the word decimate wrong. Can't even agree on what a biscuit is? Yeah. That's a good point. But I would say that's a different thing, right? It's about conversing with the people within a certain context. And in those cases, well, yeah, like when are you really trying to talk to a British person about biscuits and gravy? It rarely happens. Like it's so rare that you shouldn't really even concern yourself with the difference between biscuit from region to region. Because again, it's about a goal. It's about doing a thing. What is the thing you are commonly trying to do? Talk to people around you. Maybe less so these days, but you know what I mean. All right, so of the 8,700 messages, we're still running. We do see this value updating, so that part seems fine. We just don't see this value updating. So we just got to make that one work. No problem. God, yeah, sorry, Bedtime Bear. I know you really like it. I do not like Westland. Not their flagship, at least. I wasn't a huge fan of the Firewatch or whatever it was either. Or I don't remember the name of it. Yeah. Cool hat though. The hat's legit. All right, so where the hell is this kicking off? I know it's some kind of like timer we're doing. So if I just did like a look for like set timeout or set interval, Pretty sure we could find it that way. Oh, you know what? No, it wouldn't be in this page. The interval and the timeout are in a different page. Or not page, different component. And what's up, Talented? How you doing? So instead, yeah, let's do this. GBG? What does GBG stand for? Oh, Grumpy Beanie Guy. Duh. Yeah, sorry. I already forgot about it. Yeah, good call. And hey, Sang, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. And yeah, hold on. I missed your comment. Something about pragmatism? I'm just so pragmatic it hurts your unemployed soul. I get you. Yeah, I try to be pragmatic. I find value in pragmatism. No, I try and see messages. I just miss them from time to time, right? Just because I miss a message, don't think I did it on purpose. And yeah, gopher. That is interesting to me. Like, what is a biscuit? There is no equivalent of a biscuit in like UK cuisine, like of a US biscuit, right? It's not a scone. Scones are like thicker and more like cake. Right? Like scones are typically not like yeast risen. They're like baking soda or baking powder risen. So yeah, it's a different thing. And yeah, it's just doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean, again, I think you're getting too technical. I don't think that has any real value in the true definition of what the word biscuit means. Like based upon context, based upon culture. Hold on. Let's translate this. I'm curious about this one. This is not German. Portuguese. Oh, interesting. That was an interesting context there. Never, and then that's all I know. Yeah, I do not speak Portuguese. But yeah, so I don't know. This is actually getting kind of good. Yeah, a lot of these are also not accurate. So yeah, like This is going to be a hard problem to... There's just so many Theos in the world. I think he kind of messed up branding-wise. But yeah, interesting. So yeah, back to the part we care about, right? On notification update, or on notifications update, that's keyword lens. That's actually the wrong thing. Shit, how did I lose it? It's the status thing. Here it is, lens status. All right, so on lens status update. Someone has to make the next neural network design. Why not you? I mean, go for it. Sure, man. Oh, so this would be it. Yeah, we're not actually like calling that. Oh. So we end up calling get keyword lens results, but let's do this. And yeah, Owen, how's it going, man? So yeah, let's do this with a smaller keyword. That way it's a little bit easier to reason about. Dude, that monitor is so damn wide. That's crazy, dude. You have like two full desktops on one screen. Damn, dude. That sounds like a hell of a deal. Hey, what's up, JD? How you doing, Mister Sir? I'm doing great. All right, so today you're building a SaaS hosting platform with Claude Code. Today you're working on theming. You're doing PHP and Drupal stuff. Okay. Man, I haven't touched Drupal. It's been like 10 years. Easily 10 years. Creo Drop? Is that the name of your thing? Ah, I see, I see. Okay. So it's Drupal specific hosting. Um, no servers to manage, no technical expertise required. Interesting. Okay. Hold on. What's that unbreakable? Here you go. Dude, name it Rupert. Nah, do whatever you want. But yeah, for some reason, yeah, if you're building something Drupal related, I want to make something called Rupert. Right? Because it's this like unbreakable droplet. Ah, to create the drop. Okay. Yeah, so hold on. I thought a druplet versus a droplet are different, right? A druplet is like the little like the circle that is many of them that forms like a blackberry or whatever, right? I thought that's what a Drupal was. Or a Druplet. Yeah, these are Druplets. Right? Like the little individual sections of a blackberry. A drupe is a type of fruit. Okay. Hmm. Or strawberries druplets? Ah, no. Yeah. All right. Anyway, just thinking out loud. Oh, it's Belgian. Okay, got it. I can't stick around. Need to get dinner and then work on some stuff. Some of the stuff that you can't show on stream, like the payment portal and bank stuff. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, leaking any of that stuff. Nightmare. Macquarie is doing a Drupal hosting service. Sorry, Macquarie JD does dev is doing a Drupal hosting service. And he just rated us, so yeah, we were just taking a look at it. All right, so yeah, this is the issue that we're having. We're not updating any of this. Let me double check what gets logged when we rerun a lens. Okay, so here's what I might want to do then, right? Let me get more music going first. My main thought is that, number one, this function we want to wrap these things. So it's an if, and it is where do we see the current lens? Active lens. Yeah, and I guess status response lens ID makes sense. So, but it's ID. So yeah, then in here, this is where we do some of this stuff. So this part would be lens result totals. Yeah. All right. So then, right, we refresh just to be sure, get a clean slate. So this should update the total we see down there as it runs, like a glove. But okay, so it does stay the 7. So yeah, like again, not fully deterministic, not much we can do about it. But I believe that fixes that part. All right, yeah, I'm going to call that good. All right, so that'll push up, and we'll mark that task done. Boom. Nailed it. All right, so we've knocked out 3 things today. Our next couple steps, we maybe want to optimize a few more queries. We want to start checking our Postgres log for DB errors. The Slack connections thing, I think, is kind of tough. But one thing we can do oh, shit. But yeah, the slow query log, we can figure that elsewhere. All right. So then here in, it's not going to be query tuning. We could just search for it. Yeah, it's not write ahead log. It's not query tuning. It's down here in reporting and logging. And we set this 500 value. What I actually want to do is let's set this to 100. All right, so we should be good there. And then... Where'd it go? Here we go. I got too many of these file system watcher things. All right, so then we go back into log. 545, that would be this one. So my main thought is that there are queries we're doing as every message comes in. But we don't see them slowing down, right? Like they're not over 100 milliseconds. I do still think, let's just go grab it. So then what could we do? Here's my thought. We can go to our repository. Now, let's go to the fire hose. So here in the fire hose, we do a bunch of this stuff. We craft the message and we send it through. And then over in the matcher is where we're doing a bunch of these like fetches and stuff. So listing ignored users, match and snippet, org and billing tier, org quotas. I actually wonder. I do. It's kind of a shit year for it right now, but I did just I'll have to I need to go to my PO box, but I did just buy a bunch of wax, right? We're talking like the giant blocks that One Ball J sells. I got one of every temp, and then I got the fluoro and carbon fiber, or graphite, not carbon fiber. So yeah, I got a shitload of wax. Because my entire wax kit, I guess I just lost it or something. But yes, I still snowboard. I mainly ride powder these days. But I don't know. I want to get into riding some more park. I need good slushy days, which it actually turns out we probably got right now. I would probably need a good week or two of riding park a bunch to get back in the flow. I mean, fun box tricks, dude. I could do fun box tricks for days. But yeah, the rails, I don't know. I'm pretty sure even my nose presses would be a little meh, even though that's one of my safety tricks. Honestly, the hardest part for park would be getting my grabs. I am fat these days. Reaching the snowboard to get a grab is tough, actually. So yeah, I'm gonna need to do a bunch of core exercise to make lifting the legs up easier. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I could still ride at a pretty decent level in the park. I'd just be missing my grabs all over the place. That was something I had a problem with back in the day anyway, Because I'd typically do like the fingertip grab instead of like the full on like pinch grab. And fingertip grab just, doesn't look good in a photo. So I've kind of always had a few problems with my grabs. All right, so yeah, a lot of these actually seem pretty good. So maybe instead we do want to go in and just look at like the queries that we expect will be slow. So yeah, and I know Brainless pointed out a way to like log the SQL statement from a query. Let's try and do that. Let's just ask T3 chat. Oh, yep. Yeah, and we're using that in a couple places. And console log is not going to work in this context. No thank you. I have some investments, but no thank you on a crypto fan base. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Right, you guys are insufferable. Why can't you be normal? Yeah, you fucking crypto bros are in fucking sufferable. But yeah, at least we can report you for that really homophobic statement you made just now. So that's easy. Oh, when I click deny, it goes away? Uh-huh. Let's see. So I'd say that was like bullying or harassment. Easy enough. Yeah, it just sucks. Like, I wanted to report that message, but the auto mod doesn't leave a message to report. Yeah, exactly. It should just auto report. For sure, dude. Yeah, I don't know if they do. I'm not sure. No idea. Could you imagine an entire like fan base of people like that though? Boy, that would suck. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, it is on the chat history? Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I just didn't see it in chat, which I found a little odd. There you go. Hell yeah. Yeah, thanks. Oh, and hold on. Yep, that one's fine. Oh, but then there was a link in it. Sorry, Fox. Yep. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I can read the comment. So you like the tech, you hate the people around it. Most projects are useless, though. Only project you like lately is dark.fi. Never even heard of it. Yeah, I don't know. I find that less compelling. Yeah, it totally hyperlinked it. They got banned already? Nice. Could be temporary, but nice. So I guess here's the big thing. Get keyword notifications by org ID and keyword ID. Where are we even doing that? It is in the matcher. So how are we not seeing it? All right, so we should actually change these labels a bit. All right, so then similarly, let's go find some others that are big, hairy joins. Oh, this one. Oh, this one. All right, so hold on. Let's go grab what we're doing here. Oh, buddy. You love being in your apartment, but you hate not having proper internet. Yeah, but it's probably not worth paying for if you're not there. Um, at least I feel like here in the US, there's certain like portable systems you could use. I think like T-Mobile has one. Like T-Mobile's 5G internet. I don't think that requires that you keep it in one place. Like it seems to me like you can just like move it around like a hotspot almost. But it still matters based on coverage, I suppose. Today's stand up was weird. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I wonder if this one's failing because this should actually be a. Oh, it is an all query though. Yeah, never mind. No. All right, so list keywords. Here we go. Now we know. Ooh. Here's a question, brainless. How do we get it to log the params better? Right? Instead of just this junk. Would debug do that better? Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, do I need to do a map of the params? Because it looks to me like a map would work. It is just an array. Yes, a map. No, I mean like using the map function, right? Like converting the values. All right, so hold on. I'm gonna have to do this a different way. This voodoo is not the voodoo you do? Yes, then the last thing is we just need the org ID. Now, here's the fun part. We can just know which org it is and just copy and paste that. Ah, shit, but we need the UUID. I bet it's this one. What? Ah, we got to put that in quotes too. We may be okay on this because of the way the coalesce is working. Why is ghost type crossed out? Because we're trying to match on ghosty, but not the word ghost type. So it's a negative lookup. And is what a procedural hash we need the generation of or to scrape? It's a UUID. And then with the prefix, it's a type ID, but it's the same thing. What we're trying to do is an explain analyze of the SQL query. It's not a hard-coded value. We're just adding a value so that we can do a query and get the explain result. Yeah, I mean, I think I figured out how to get what I needed to plug that in, Brainless. I appreciate it, though. But now I'm trying to figure out, oh, and hold on. Yeah, we wanted... Oh, hold on. Maybe that's it, because we're doing curlies. Instead, I think this still breaks. Oh, no, that runs. Okay. So that's all of what we needed there. So now what we want to do is we want to do an explain analyze. Yep, so we're getting another join bloat. In this case, it's not nearly as bad. But because this runs on every single message, it's probably still something that we want to fix. All right, so keyword notifications, ignored users. See, keyword events should not be a sequential scan. Yep, the Cartesian product or fan out problem. I don't like preload. But maybe that is the right way. Hmm. Skip that song. And let's double check and look at this. All right, so yeah, keyword notifications, then we do a join, keywords, and we join. Yeah, and I feel like I've seen term to binary and binary to term. I was just wondering if that's the right way. So, yep, cool. All right, so I think a big part of this is that we're doing a sequential scan, but it's so few rows that I don't think the sequential scan is actually a problem here. I'm not sure what you mean by join them all at once. And yeah, I don't like the idea of the polymorphic table. Like sparse rows sounds really gross to me. Yeah, see, I don't want to do preloads because of the round trips. And honestly, this is not a slow query, right? Like, that is pretty quick. Just wondering if we can make it even quicker. I'm not sure these are actually cleaner, but we can leave that for now. So 0.000.055, 0.000.022. Oh, wait. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Seems to me like it's not much of a performance improvement. Right? This Cartesian explosion does not seem like a problem. So let's figure out why. So we're still doing a sequential scan on keyword events of 16,000 things. Because this is the wrong query. That's totally the wrong damn query. This is the one we wanted. Let's double check this. Hey, Senka, you dead, man? Yeah, man. Okay, so I've never seen T3 chat do this. And what's up, Motto? That's the project we're looking at. I just did the command for you, man. Can I filter before joins to reduce joins? No. Let's try this. New one. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Okay, so it's working. All right, so then let's do this again. Let's get my explain again. Another fucking crypto scammer, like, spammer? Your account's a little older, so maybe it's not quite spam. We just had a spammer earlier. Just so you know. And that spammer sucked. All right, there we go. Now we got a command for these crypto questions. So yeah. Now any mods, responding to someone asking me what I think about crypto, they can do that command. This is the second person today, but it does really feel like it's been happening like once a day or once every other day on average. Like on Friday, we had someone in here talking about how they're going to make a thing, blah, 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 because well, have you heard about the gas town and the Ralph guy making money off it? And no, that shit's a fucking scam, dude. It's like the pumped up fun bullshit. Like total scams. I do think it's a scam. There will easily be rug pulls. It's the same thing as pumped up fun. If it's coming from somewhere legitimate. But no, it's the same fucking crypto bros that are just riding a hype cycle. It's a pump and dump. That's it. That's fucking it. I doubt it's a good community. Because once the spammer we had earlier gets involved, it's toxic as shit again. You want to know the right way to get open source funded? It's called the Open Source Pledge. Get your companies to pay for the open source they use. It's that easy. Anything else is just bullshit. All right? You don't need crypto. You don't need any of that. Join the pledge and actually just give money to the people that make the shit you use. Boom. Problem solved. I get that, but I don't like the buy sell trading aspect of it. I understand it's basically like a gas fee. I don't care. Like I don't give a shit. It's just another way for people to speculate and lose money. It would be just as bad if they were getting a dividend off gambling. It's no different from some casino giving a percentage to open source in the name of some bullshit. It's no fucking different. It's just as bad as gambling. Just as unethical. Uh-huh. Yep. Another troll. Dude, you crypto bros are fucking insufferable. So goddamn annoying. If you want people to actually like your thing, I don't know, maybe be likable. Weird. Fucking weird, right? I know, it's the craziest idea. But yeah, a lot of crypto bros have a problem with actually being likable. Yeah, there you go, YT. You're just another one of those trolls too. Fuck off, buddy. Later. 50 people like me enough to watch me slowly work on code. Fuck off, buddy. I know, that's the problem, Foxcat. Like, they take a thing that is legitimately kind of cool. I think the blockchain's a cool piece of tech. I don't know if we found a good application for it yet. And then these fucking get-rich quick schemers come in and fucking ruin it. They should be over on Kick or something. But they know that they don't make money off of being in a place where they all are. They got to get other people into it because it's a fucking pyramid scheme. Same reason right-wing fucking grifters on social media can't just live on their own fucking like corner of the internet. They got to go over to Twitter because, or Twitter's a bad example, but they got to go to other people's social media because what fun is it talking into an echo chamber, right? Their joy comes from the trolling. They could just be over on Kick with all that gambling bullshit and all that, right? If they want to be unethical and fucking weird, yeah, they could just be on Kick right now. They're a big reason, right? The gambling and the other unethical bullshit are a big reason I'll never stream to Kick. I don't care how much of the cut Kick gives me. I don't give a fuck. Because these people value money more than they value being human. It's fucking weird, dude. But yes, I do believe this is now targeted harassment. So coordinating harassment. Next. Let's see. This was YT Maddo, right? Yeah. So there's one, and then, yeah, who was that other dude? So YT Maddo and Reflex. All right, cool. Reports are in. Any mods, feel free to do the same. Only if you agree. Yeah, it's usually pretty obvious. Like, the first one we banned earlier, his account was from, like, 3 months ago. Yeah, pretty easy. Pretty easy to spot. These other guys with longer accounts, it is pretty easy to just buy an account and change the name. I wonder who would go through the effort of that, but crypto bros. All right, they get banned all the time. It's not worth getting called out for having a new account. I can see it. It makes sense to me, at least. And the funniest part is, right, like, they call me an NPC. Meanwhile, they have the same exact talking points as each other. Like, none of these crypto bros have a single fucking original thought. And they have the nerve to call other people NPCs. That's hilarious. But yeah, Facet Dev. Dude, open source pledge is really cool. One of the main guys behind it is Chad Whitaker. He works at Sentry somewhere high up, like, I don't know if he's C-suite level or whatever, but no, it's really cool. And the idea behind open source pledge is just like, you know, as a business, you can join the pledge, pay X amount, and it divvies out to what you use. Like, it's actually kind of cool. And then it goes out to these open source foundations. You want to support open source? Do it this way. Especially because companies are the biggest people profiting off of open source. They're the ones that should be paying. It shouldn't be weird fucking fractions of a penny. You know, it's like Superman 3. It shouldn't be like Superman 3. You know? Sorry, I'm making an Office Space reference. Hey, what's up, Bingo? How you doing? Someone came in here earlier mentioning the Scottish guy jokes. And I had the thought, man, I hope that doesn't bum Bingo out. And I wanted to pass on that another person chimed in that you're one of their like favorite like regular chatters. So I just wanted to let you know that, pass it along. We don't want you to feel out of place. There you go. Yeah, Kenny said that. Because I do think the Scottish guy joke is funny. All right? Like, we're past it. There's no hard feelings or anything, I hope. But it's a good meme, actually, now, all right? So if we can keep the meme, as long as you understand we're not doing it at your expense, I just want to make sure that's the case. Cool. Just wanted to double check that. But yeah. Hold on. What was the? You remember Richard Pryor, not Richard Price. Richard Pryor and Superman 3. Yep. But then in Office Space, the way they're explaining the scam, well, it's like you fraction, like, you know, these transactions happening and they're like happening and there's like these fractions of a penny left over. And we just take those fractions of a penny and, you know, put them in an account. Why does this sound familiar? They did it in Superman 3. What's up, Scrody? How you doing? Yeah, my favorite part is when he's trying to explain it to Rachel, whatever that actress's name is. I forget her character name in the movie too. Um, Ooh, it's more than hackers. Well, actually, no. The original worm is totally it. Yeah, you're right. Hackers was doing the same thing. Yeah, I was thinking the Da Vinci virus, but the Da Vinci virus was what happened when he realized he was caught. So yeah, you're totally right. Yep. But yeah, when he's explaining it to Jennifer Aniston's character, he's like, you know, like you take a penny from the tray, and she's like, from like the poor and disabled kids jar? No, that's the jar. I'm talking about the tray. The penny's for everyone. I really like that bit. I'm not talking about the jar. No. That's the jar. Like, I don't know. It's just fun. But yeah, Scrody, you should be able to click your name in chat and see. So you've been following since August 12th, 2025. Account created March 24th, 2024. Oh, yeah. I'm sure there's some way I could set that up, but I don't know. Sang. Oh, thanks for the follow. Damn, you subbed before you even followed? Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. And Facet Dev, thank you for the follow as well. Ew, egg. I just saw that follow from an hour ago. That's a fun name. Ew, egg. Like, I don't know why that's good. No, just click your name. That's it. That's all there is to it, Bingo. Click your name in chat. If you're on mobile, maybe it's different, but this says July 25th, 2025. Hold on, wait. I had this message that I sent to someone at one point. So yeah, I don't know. I texted someone, ugh, the more I travel for work, the more I just want to chill in Washington. And, you know, the next day, because I sent that at 4 a.m. Like, I don't think I was actually expecting a response. She replies, oh, where you at? I reply, Arizona. It's where the company I work for is based. And her next reply is, ew. Just EW. Ew. It's 1,000 degrees there? Yeah. Ew. Yeah, I mean, Scrody, like, you know, you can always get the playlist. But yeah, I said it right. That's exactly how to say it. Ew. Egg. It's so super good. I love the name. Like, well done. Well done. Okay. So yeah, I have this output from explain analyze. I was about to cancel my flight after that reply. No, I was already in Arizona. I wasn't going to cancel my flight out. I was thinking about moving it up. Yeah, I was ready to get out so quick. No, I was there for work and I had to. Like, oh, wrong thing. Yeah. You think this one's gonna be gross? Hold on. Where is it? Yeah, this one. All right. Copy. Making copies. The Copy Meister. Now, I think this is going to be less. Like, I think this should still, like, it was the same analyze before, so it should only be the 16,000. But if we were to do it for a different keyword, or, hold on, this is list keywords by org. I am surprised that keyword events isn't larger. Yeah, that's actually weird to me. Right, so we'll do it again, and then, yeah, it still goes out to the 16,000, 16,000, right? So fix those, because I guess they're scans, and those should not be scans. We should... Oh, I know why they're scans, because we're not indexed on the is read. Oh, right. Okay. So that makes some sense. Hold up. Hold up. We are doing Elixir, yep. Create missing indexes for SQL performance sweep Oop. 1. Right? Like, we're gonna end up doing more of this, right? This is like our PR for this is gonna be a bunch of these like optimizations and the indexes that we need to create for it. So yeah, there's going to be a couple things that we end up refactoring the SQL query for, and then it's also helping us identify a lack of some indexes. So that should help. Damn, it's already 7. Time flies, man. Just came in while I was roasting the crypto guys. Yeah. I do that. I do that from time to time. I will say in this case, I feel fully justified. There are times where I'm roasting or being a jerk and I'm maybe messing up. So, you know, for every one person that comes in on a good roast, there's probably like 10 that have like popped in when I'm just being a jerk. So that's on me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like finance bullshit. Like these were people just like trying to like most likely trying to shill that whole new like pump.fun equivalent. It's 4 a.m. in Germany. Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, exactly, bingo. No, like, did you hear about how I forget which was which, but the Gastown guy got like a couple $100,000, and the Ralph guy got like $100,000 or whatever, and like it's coming from this like weird shilly bullshit where they're just getting like a percentage of the transactions, like they're getting like a gas fee kind of thing. It's the same shit as NFTs, really, right? It's basically like an open source NFT or open source like coin kind of bullshit, right? It's the same shit with a different name, right? Ugh. But yeah, these people are coming in like because that saw a bunch of fucking like resurgence, right? There's like this new like resurgence of crypto bros out there trying to like do the pump.fun bullshit. And on Friday, someone was even talking about it like, hey, bro, love your shit. I'd love to make a coin for you so you can get like a dividend and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, motherfucker, like, no, I will DMCA take down that shit as quick as humanly possible. No, you do not have permission to make some fucking coin on my behalf. Hell no. So yeah, I went on, I guess, what was an epic rant Friday night, but I had also basically drank an entire bottle of Four Roses by that time. So I don't remember the entire bit. I remember that I wasn't like a total jerk about it, though, which I'm really proud of. Yeah, Friday night I was on one. It was my first day back after taking like 5 days off of streaming. I just really like hanging out. I know that's weird, right? Like, I don't know. No, it's fine, bingo. Yeah, it's no big deal. I'm pretty sure I did delete that VOD on YouTube. I think I just made it private, actually. But yeah, like I just really like streaming and hanging out with y'all and building software. Like, oh man, I built way less on that Friday, but you know what? I'm okay with it. Is that how many ounces are in a fifth? As far as the 750 milliliters go, we had about that much left. That's 24 ounces? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was over the course of like 11 hours, though. Keep that in mind. Like, I started streaming that day at like 1. And I streamed on this channel until like 1. Good thing I stayed awake. I mean, I was basically falling asleep in my chair by that point. Let me just point that out. I don't like consuming that much whiskey, but when you're mixing it with Coca-Cola, it's just delicious. Yeah. And the caffeine, like it all just gets you, you know? Meanwhile, this is just water and whiskey. The whiskey itself is Westland. Which, Bedtime Bear, if you're out there, I know it's your favorite. Eh. No offense. I love the fact that they're a Washington brand. That's cool. I don't like the flavor. Some people think cucumbers taste better pickled. Not me. All right, so we do have this pending migration error. Two fingers of Oban left since Christmas. It's going in your belly tonight. Nice. I can't remember if I've ever had Oban before. Bedtime Bear would know. Did we ever drink that while out at dinner? I think it was a different one. Okay. So yeah, these indexes. What we need to do is create those indexes. We'll get them into the thing, right? Oh, and actually, they're saying we need 2. I only think we need the 1. Wait, can you do a where clause on an index? I don't know if I've ever done that. Yeah, I've never done that in my life. Shit. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've never done a partial index. I understand the use case and need for indexes, and I make them all the time, like composite indexes too. I've never done a partial index. Keep in mind, for most of my career, I've been a front end team lead kind of thing. Like, it's not something I've dealt with at work, but I build side projects like this all the fucking time, you know? Very cool. Okay. All right. All right. I'm willing to bet there's a couple places where I'm doing a composite index where I should probably be doing a partial index instead, like in the rest of the app. I'd say that's like a later performance optimization to make. Exactly. Exactly. But hold on. Maybe Facet. Let me show you this one that we had the other day. Yeah. Oh, is that the one? No, that's not the one where I got roasted. Maybe it was that one. But basically, dude, we had one where our joins were going kind of crazy. We were doing just regular left joins. And 3 rows became 5 million. Yeah, here it is. The problem. 3 rows became 5.8 million rows. Like, this query was taking 4 seconds to run. So because of that optimization we made, we're starting to look for other places where we can just do an easy win of taking our just left joins and turning them into like lateral joins on a subquery. Just to prevent the join explosion. And I always forget, what is a CTE? Not chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Not the football thing. What is a CTE in SQL context? I could look it up. Common table expression. I've never made one of those myself either. All right, so what is the syntax for that? Ecto Elixir index partial. Show me the example. And you just passed the where as like the separate, like the last bit of args. Perfect. Okay. A common table expression is the with clause. I think I may have written a with clause back in college, like during like the database design class, but that's about it. I think I've seen with clauses before and not really known what they were, but okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. My mom worked at Microsoft optimizing like business queries. She actually started in like as a contractor, she was hired on for access stuff. And then like, you know, I think she saw the writing on the wall and was like, you know, yeah, this access stuff, that's cool that you're paying me for that, but let me get into some of that like SQL stuff you're doing. And she didn't actually know SQL before then. I didn't realize that. I had no idea. Right? My mom had absolutely no familiarity with SQL before this like Microsoft contract for access stuff. Now keep in mind that she was doing like COBOL stuff back in the day, like during the 80s and 90s, which means that, yeah, she was probably dealing with some other kind of like database system style stuff. So it's not like entirely foreign. But yeah, she hadn't done any SQL before that. And at one point, she was optimizing queries that were running for like over 24 hours, down to like an order of like 8. And one of the biggest wins, at least from what I remember her saying, was taking subqueries and turning them into proper joins. But I'm wondering if like CTEs might have been part of that. I don't know. Now, keep in mind, this was SQL Server, because it's Microsoft. Ah, okay. That makes sense. And then, yeah, let me double check, catch up. So basically, a temp table you build from a query, then you can join on it. So it's like an ephemeral view, right? That makes sense. I think I get it. I never personally saw the point of a view. Right? Like, why not just run the query without the view? Like, run the query that creates the view and then query the result there. But I can understand why it's like simplifying the complexity of it. And that does make a bit of sense. And there's probably some like magic that database engines can do on top of a view that they wouldn't be able to do from like a super giant SQL query. I could see that. Like just some of the caching and like indexes that you can create on a view, because you can create indexes on a view, right? So like at that point, that starts to make a lot more sense. All right, so there was a time where only DBAs were allowed to touch the database, and you had to go through them to get approval for new queries you wanted to run. Oh. So those people loved their views and their triggers. Now almost all of that happens in application code. Yeah. I guess because theoretically, like there comes a time when you're dealing with like connection pooling exhaustion and things like that, and instead if you can just do like smaller, quicker queries and then like join that logic and like aggregate and do things on the client side. And when I say client, I mean the database client, not like the front end. Right? Like at the database client side, like you just have less contention for like the connection pool to the database at that point, right? You just do these soft, quick, and easy things that are probably getting cached really easily and well. And then you just do the magic on the front end, right? Canned queries was what you knew. So to me, a canned query is a stored procedure. And I guess there's a lot of like overlap between stored procedures, views, and I guess CTEs. Okay. Like to me, they all sound kind of like the same exact stuff. It's just more like when you're using them more than anything. I guess, in my opinion, the difference between a view and a stored procedure doesn't make any sense to me. Like, they sound like the exact same thing. Like, maybe just different syntax, but the end result and the way the engine optimizes it, probably about the same. Stored procedure is just a native program inside the DB. Oh, so it's not like literally the SQL statement, right? The stored procedure would actually be like scripting logic. So there's like more magic you can do there. versus being constrained by like the SQL dialect. That makes more sense. Okay, so basically, yeah, you can write whole programs in PL, SQL, sure, right? Like, but the idea being, like, that's where you end up getting things like the time series database stuff in Postgres, etc., right? Like, that functions more as like a series of stored procedures than just a series of like SQL statements. And we'll allow it. I think you may get hit by Nightbot after this, though. Yep, Nightbot's a dick. Hold on one second. I could have added you as a regular first and then clicked allow. I'll need to remember to do that. But I can see what you're talking about. So, Postgres. Wait a minute. Hold on. Is this a REST API built into a database? Into Postgres? Oh, God. Oh, God. It's funny seeing Tembo as a sponsor because they don't even do the Postgres shit anymore. They totally pivoted to some AI grifting stuff. Like, honestly, what they're doing might be cool, but man, I don't know if it's their CEO or whatever, but that like Rye Walker guy, he has some really shitty takes. like really roastable like LinkedIn lunatic stuff. And he's been in the LinkedIn lunatic thread, like subreddit. He also does like the follow for follow shit and he advertises it. Like, I don't know. I like Darren Baldwin, but we haven't seen him here for a while. I did just see it the other day. Dude, the LinkedIn Lunatic subreddit is super good, though. Like, very entertaining. All right, so at least he's not making it in here all the fucking time. You know? Oh, you know what? I don't even think it was LinkedIn Lunatics now that I'm thinking about it. I think he made it into like the web dev or like the JavaScript subreddit. So yeah, all right, whatever. Yeah, my bad. I was misremembering which subreddit it was. Yeah, this is just so insane to me. Like, dude, 26,000 stars? Yeah, dude, the connection pooling. I'd love to see who's actually using this in any significant way. Right? Isn't the stuff that like Theo used to roast Hasura for? And speaking of Hasura, just like, man, really unfortunate name. Because anyone who speaks Spanish would know that Hasura rhymes with Basura, which is trash. Like, dude. You know, maybe double check what your word sounds like in other languages when you're building a business. Or maybe Basura's trash can? Is that it? I know it's Spanish for basically trash. Yeah, it's trash. Okay, just double checking. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. Maybe deep down they just knew. Yeah, right? Maybe that was part of the joke. Let's see how many people we can sell this trash to. They changed it to H because ha. Ha. There we go. I think we nailed it. Boom. We just reverse engineered their title and or their name and how they found it. The Mitsubishi Pajero? Oh god, what does that mean? I don't even know. Is it safe to Google? Hold on. I don't think that's a problem. Oh, it was what it was before it became the Montero. Oh, okay. I've only ever known it as the Montero. I didn't realize the name they had before. Okay. Awesome. All right. That's good. It's Spanish slang meaning cause significant issues. Oh, man. That's funny. That's way better than the Nova, right? Like the Chevy Nova story. And yeah, King, over on YouTube. How you doing, Mr. Sir? Didn't mean to leave you hanging. Postgres has JS built in. Wait, is that the scripting language you build stored procedures with in Postgres? Oh, Haskell. Oh my. Interesting. This might be the world's most popular Haskell project. That's why there's so many stars. Every single user of Haskell in the world starred this thing. A 1,000 times. Boom, roasted. What's up, Ethan? How you doing? All right, so yeah, for this part, right? All right, so something like that. No, functional programming's great. It's just more like I don't know. It's very meme worthy. Let's just put it that way. How is Hightail actually? You used Haskell for your tiling window manager? Interesting. All right, hold on. I gotta look. It's basically like a 3D Terraria kind of thing, which you might say isn't that just Minecraft, but I think they're different, right? Yeah, there's just like more like fantasy elements to this than traditional Minecraft, right? Like I'm sure Minecraft with mods can get close to this, yeah. Okay. Well, how much is this thing? $20? Well, shit. I guess we have a game to play on Saturday, huh? Could be kind of fun. I wouldn't mind doing more Pal World, by the way. But yeah, this seems fun. It's still early access too, so it's gonna change. So no need to like fully like opt in immediately. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd check it out. Fuck it. Why not? All right. So yeah. Are we losing steam? Yes, we are. But let's do this migration. But we need to give it a different name. You can just use the word fuck. You know that, right? Automod will not get you on that. And if they do, well, I'll have a word with Automod. Okay, so hold on. Partial give name migration. Ah, and that's where we would do name. So yeah, there's almost certainly some other indexes we should make that way, but we'll get to them when we need to. Oh, still a very funny story. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no worries. But you're gonna come back later? Yeah, I mean, I'll probably be wrapping up here soon-ish. Because I still need to make food and I still have some like video editing and work to do. Honestly, I've been keeping the I've been slacking on doing the editing for the Cascadia JS stuff. I need to finish up all those lightning talks. I'm like a month late at this point. So yeah, I'm sure Carter's bummed. Yeah, I'll be on Griffing and Chill tonight. Yeah, no worries, Scrody. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for hanging out. All right. So then, yeah, from this, we optimized the index. Yeah, later, Scrody. See you next time. See you tomorrow. Up to you. No worries. All right, so the read counts and unread counts. Those are really like the big ones to optimize away. So we're going to put these here. Oh, interesting. So I've definitely got indexes on those two. And let's just grab all of these. Oh, God. Okay, so that was that issue. Back up to this one. All right, so then this theoretically notifications by org and keyword ID is not what I was looking for. Unsupported outer lateral join. I think it's just lateral join. Motherfucker, I'm definitely doing lateral join elsewhere. Or am I? Oh, looks like it is left join. I could have sworn I was using lateral join somewhere. Nope. Never mind. Oh. That's where lateral was. Yes, now it's just like all sorts of hallucination. Let me just leave a quick marker here. That way it's easy to get back to. Something here seems off. From keyword in keywords? No, that's definitely not what we want. That's not that way anywhere. It is still keyword and keyword for the previous working thing. What do you mean by that? Like, all of my queries are singular that way, right? Keyword, keyword notification, notification, keyword event. They're all singular. I'm not sure what you mean, brainless. So I don't mind a little bit of duplication here. Wait, where the fuck is count subquery? They're not even using it. Oh, I see what you're saying, brainless. Yeah. I mean, so keyword as an Elixir module. I mean, it seems to work. Like the alias sees the keyword that I'm talking about. The keyword you're talking about, does that come from like a parent scope, or is that like the top level scope? Yeah, so it's shadowing. As long as I don't need the keyword global, I think we're good. Is there a way to reference the global, even though I'm doing the shadowing? It seems to be a direct core module. Yeah, I thought it was under kernel. Yeah, it is top level. All right, let's close that for now. We're getting a lot of junk in there. So then, what I think they were saying is we could just do a subquery using the subquery keyword. Yes. Alias keyword as core keyword. There you go. Sure, now that makes sense. All right, so they still complain about that. Cannot fetch field count from subquery. Ah. Okay, so that looks like that should be working now. Yep. So now we should be able to refresh this page and call that good. Fuck. Son of a bitch. I think it's going to complain about the lateral part again here, right? Yeah. I feel like this is right back to where we were. No red, at least. Okay, cool. So then list keywords. What I want to do is I want to do another analyze of this and then run it just to be sure of something. All right, and then we'll grab this. So 039 and the original 043. So like really it's not that much of a performance improvement. I mean, it is consistently like 30% faster. And it does give us back the exact values that we wanted. So I'll at least call that a good refactor. Let's do an explain on it just to double check. That sequential scan is still a problem. So wait, ignored users and notifications. Those have to have those indexes, right? Nope, we are missing that. Yeah, so we have it on org ID, but not keyword ID. So I would bet that ignored users is also missing that. Well, maybe not. So we do need the one on that. Right? Because that's on keyword notifications. Which leads me to believe, hold on. We did create notifications, but what about keyword notifications? We actually have that index. So yeah, right? Just because the analyzer didn't see the index doesn't mean it's not there. It just decided not to. And that's a separate thing. So yeah, I'm not sure there's like a better way of doing this part. And we can always reevaluate later. So then at the very least, right, we're doing this stuff. I think we can remove that one. We'll call it good until we start hitting other stuff. These comments are kind of meh. Right? They're just like obvious. And yeah, just to be sure. That one will leave for now, but this one actually seems fast enough. I'm going to call that one good. It's just any of like the larger statements I do kind of want to like evaluate just to be sure. Like, it's mainly anything where I just have a shitload of joins. And yeah, lenses we optimized. Lens results could maybe use some work, because these are just standard left joins still. All right, so we probably want to look at optimizing keyword lens results. And then let's think about like maybe this. Nah, I bet these are all right. This one could be hairy. Maybe that one, right? So we'll have to optimize that. Maybe this one. The rest looks okay. Billing is straightforward. Notifications. Like, all these actually seem pretty good. I don't know if the tables are big enough for that to be an issue yet. So yeah, those are probably fine. And stat seems fine. So yeah, really, I don't know. We only really had maybe like 2 or 3 like outlier queries, which is fine. All right. And then real quick, brainless. So tomorrow you need to speak with DevOps to ask them to configure the ALB for WebSockets, the load balancer, right? So you notice that the mock server UI has been doing long polling since the start. Yeah, is it at the load balancer level? I was under the impression that like WebSockets in general should be going through like API gateway. But no, that's really only when you're doing like AWS Lambda. If you're doing like load balancing between like Elastic Beanstalk or any of that shit, yeah, it's probably at the load balancer level then. Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know that part. But it's 8 o'clock. I need to cook some food. I need to, get some work done. I'll be over on gaming stream. We'll be hanging out. Um, who should we go raid? Like, who's even streaming right now? We see Zed killing it. Last Miles. There's really not that many people streaming right now. Kind of happens when we go this late. I'm looking in the general category now, too, just in case. Swashbuckling Fox. Interesting. A lot of game dev. We rated Theo yesterday. We rated Zed on Saturday. Let me just open this stream and see what's up in there. Okay, yeah, Unreal Engine. Nah. Oh, someone's doing a bunch of ZBrush stuff. Man, ZBrush is super cool. Let me go back to my following. What category was Last Miles even in? Oh, he's not in a category. Oh. Let's go raid. Let's go raid Last Miles. Oh, he stepped away. Damn. Oh, he's like downloading and compiling a bunch of stuff. Looks to me like Z.A. Shaw. I like to try and spread it around more, but he's doing JavaScript today? Oh, then it's like extra appropriate. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, okay. I was like, oh, am I writing that in his channel? Looks like he's in follower only. Not a big fan of follower only mode, but again, it's his channel. He can do whatever he wants. So yeah, what is he messing with? PTSJS? Never even heard of that. Yeah, let's go see what he's up to. So everyone hanging out here in chat, thank you very much. Appreciate you. We missed a couple follows. Hey180, welcome. And Imperialism. Solid name. How'd you get that one? Everyone on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We had a great day today. We did some optimization stuff. You know, we got a little bit more to do, and then we'll ship that up. We knocked out some bug fixes. As far as other bugs to do, we do need to check the Postgres log for some errors, because they're definitely happening somewhere. I'm going to figure out why. And then I'm sure we got some bugs to fix. So let's go say hi to Z.A. Shaw. People on YouTube,